Okay, there we go. I think that's working. Great. And go this. Okay. Cool. All right. So what are we working on today? Let's see. I think what I want to try and do here maybe first is a little bit of loosening up some of the maybe not. I was gonna say some loosening up of some of these constraints, but I think I need to clean up my grab code here from the other day or yesterday, working on getting this working with the new physics controls, and then maybe start working on other hand interactions with the character. So let's take a little look-see here at what we got. Let's say I don't add that. Let me see what happens if I don't add the head to the world space control. That's nutty. Okay. Let's definitely keep the head there for now. Actually, I wonder if I add head and neck, if that'll make the head feel just significantly more stable here. Oh yeah, that's better. So what's next on the to-do list then? That feels pretty decent. There's the full body kinematic stuff, so I can test that later. Grabbing. Yeah, this needs like a fucking overhaul and a half here. Right. So definitely need to get rid of my old grab constraint. Because that just is not a fucking system that's gonna work at all. I still like the idea of having it be a separate component, like all of the grab stuff, but I'm not really sure if I want to fully separate that from the human body thing. So maybe, what's the way to do that here then? Oh, I think I should do like body physics control, and then I should have a different physics control that is for the hands, and that'll handle the grabbing. So that way, if I want to shut off or modify just the hands, and their ability to grab stuff, that remains its own separate little component. I think is probably the better way to do all of that. So let's see. Is that the better way to do that? Maybe not. Because I don't want to have to call to two different components to do any kind of character manipulation stuff. Okay. Let's then I don't think I'm using this anywhere, am I? Yeah, no. Then grabbing. So let's say instead of passing in the handle, because this needs to constrain the mesh component of whatever we're picking up. So let's try then. Actually, you know what? I should probably test before this is how the grab constraints are actually holding the hand in place, because I haven't seen any of the offset shit to see how it's like, if it's actually like held roughly by a point in the center of the hand, or if it's like the center of the gun is like the pivot point for when you're holding something. So let me go not possession, I need physics control, and we'll re-enable our little kinematic body here. Cool. And so let's see. Oh, interesting. I wonder if you know, so if I take off apply control point, what does that look like? Oh, better idea than that is leave that on. Let's try 10, 10. This might just be a little bit easier to see if it's rotating around the correct point or not, which it looks like that might have. Fuck yeah. Okay, cool. So that's reasonably working the way it should, which is tight. Now, okay, so I don't have to think about anything else related to like the pivot point of the grab. And we'll call this control data, world space, grab, strict, and space. We'll say lock. Okay. And Then it's 10,000, 10,000. Space lock. And then we'll say, and this will be control target, and R okay. And then let's remap this, -8, 8. And then we're going to need control settings and item, probably. Okay. Okay. Now, I really don't like the idea of having to shove a bunch of this grab shit in here. I still like, I really like the idea of it being its own separate component. Which just kind of is annoying to have to figure out. I'm definitely going to want to use this for other shit to lock items to each other or to itself. But for now, let's not worry about that. Go to that. And okay. So start breaking this up into smaller pieces here. God, I feel like I want to have this be a separate component so it's easier for me to manage how this is going to attach to other stuff, but Let's do event. So what do I need here? I feel like this is going to be maybe best to do with an interface, like the grabbable interface that I had going on. Maybe, huh. Okay. Something I guess I'm still not 100% sure on with interfaces is if it always makes sense to do two interfaces that talk to each other, or one interface that's like the go-between between two disparate objects. Like if I need like a hand interface and a grabbable interface, which I don't really think is the right move. But let's try first going grabbable interface. Let's say can grab. Okay, gotta be able to know if we can grab something. Then get grabbable mesh, and then this needs to return a mesh. Where's just plain mesh by itself? So then the revolver needs to implement the interface here. And God, so many interfaces that are just dog shit. I'm gonna have to clean those up later. Holy shit, this is all ass. This is all bad. All right, let's get rid of all that. Don't need any of that. And oh yeah, rename this get can grab. let's see here, and grabbable mesh. So this is just gonna return SK revolver. Perfect. And then okay, so oh, I need to open up my deathmatch game mode. Right. And I don't want to feed in a handle. Instead, let's God, I don't want to lose all those little guys. Grab temp. Okay. And then this is going to be a actor. Okay, so let's do another sequence. God. I hate not being able to know how to name a function that needs to do the thing after an event is called. Like I kind of want to do the event handar grab temp, and that needs to feed into a function that will do all of that logic. And I really hate not actually having a good naming convention for that kind of shit. Let me see. Maybe there's just something I can real quick. Is all their C++ naming conventions? Yeah. Or I guess coding standards, but just want like a Hmm. Okay. Let's try on and R grab. Okay, and then we need an input and go here, and let's just go ahead and take all of this shit and shove it in there. Um, So only thing that needs to happen is let's do some other steps before this. So let's go sequence. So first we need to branch and let's say get can grab, or I guess we should just go is valid. If this is valid, can grab and I should probably rename this to input actor. And we'll do the same here. Okay. And we'll throw in revolver BP. Honestly, I don't even really think I need to promote that to a local variable, but whatever, it's fine for now. Okay. And our grab. And let's do input actor. Uh, let's also do a new event here. Let's say grab underscore invalid. Okay. While I'm here, let me just make a couple more of these little swatches to use. Cool. Back to red. Actually, grab invalid. Let me just change this to a string and say reason. And now, and we'll say what the fuck, please. Append okay. And then we'll go to, so let's grab invalid. Then we need to go get can grab. If not true, do another invalid grab here. Oh my god. That was one of the worst things I've ever gone through in my life. Holy shit. Um, Okay, so now we'll get grabbable mesh. Promote to local variable. Then I think I can enter into this sequence now. And we'll go grabbable mesh. Go here. And then these two guys kind of need to be handled in a different way now. It's going to be a little bit of a refactor. And then this guy, we can go input actor, get ADS. Okay, right. I should put some logic in here. So let's just see. For right now, let's do that. I really also don't like need this handle component anymore. Or it doesn't feel like I need it immediately. Cool. Now, what do we do here? I need a actor that is and are grabbed actor and shouldn't rename that. That should definitely stay as hand are grabbed actor. Okay. Let's throw this under a grabbing category here. Now, let's see. I might have to break and remake those controls, so it's going to be good to have those in their own set. And then what? So we have it being grabbed. Now I need to get all of the other code that functions with the player grabbing shit to start running off of that variable that I set up right now, which is handr grabbed actor. So grab. What do we need here? God, just months of fucking grab shit not fucking working. Get rid of it. Get rid of it all. I don't want it. I don't want it. Get the fuck out of here. We're using experimental Unreal Engine features, and we're never looking back again. Okay, so I feel like the best way to do this, so I can find, I guess I could just find all references I was going to say, is just to break this immediately. Oh my god, look at all this shit that's functioning off of this old fucking shit. I was going to say, just remove it and then start working my way through them one by one. Oh, I guess I can go physics control set get sets get control So I need to like know when I'm grabbing something. I've already set up a control that will be turned on and off when grabbing something, but I don't know if this control specifically can change the mesh that it's grabbing at runtime. Okay, like that's the control data, but like, is there a way for me to just check if a control exists? Okay, maybe that's the way to do this really quick, just to test, is go print non-existent should do a test here. Control exists equals false. Verse. Oh, well, that also doesn't help if the control exists versus if it's just disabled. Versus if I go like and R grab. This probably exists. Or whatever the fuck it is. Now, I'm not really sure why that would. Grabbed handle, get can ADS. Oh, that's fine. I don't care. Oh, take a little peruse, shall we? Okay, that's not going to be a good way to do that. So let's just add and R is grabbing. Boolean. Set that to true. And now come back over here. And is grabbing. We can do this shit, which is pretty nice. Okay. And I like this. Try and just get this loosely a little bit more organized here. I'll just say debug input actions. Okay, so let's go back to our input actions on the hand. And keep this guy open here. So grab constraint hand R, that just needs to be hand R grabbed actor. Nice, these are getting so much more simple and easy to look at. Not having fucking a billion fucking branching statements everywhere. It's just so much more convenient. Okay. Always important to just fucking spend most of your time organizing a graph instead of actually programming. Oh yeah, that's gonna have to change the release stuff. Okay, that's fine. We don't really need to worry about that right now, because I don't even have that implemented anyways. So if our hand is grabbing, I'm also gonna have to change all my fucking input action hand stuff. I think that's all pretty wonky and not a good way to actually handle that kind of shit. Just a little strange. Like it's probably better for me to name these more like the actual action they're supposed to be, and then have them call the function and just have duplicate similarly mapped input actions, because those can be toggled off, whereas right now this is all just way too generic. That'll, I think, be a good way to handle that in the future. Hand R is grabbing, hand R grabbed actor. Okay, and then all of this shit can fucking go. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Move this up here. And get rid of that. And hand R grab. Can you just go like that? Okay. Let's see what else is still referenced. Right, that's gonna take some fucking rework. I'll get back to that later. Okay, so if here get rid of all of that trace stuff. I really don't need any of that functionality right now. And let's see if the animator's broken now. Oh yeah, let's go. That's the sign of a refactor going very well. I'm gonna go pee. Okay, spawn human. For this, we should just do actually, I should worry about that later. Let's just spawn this. Get world transform. Or, oh, it's actor, right? I don't know why. It's so fucking annoying to do world transform or actor transform and not just fucking get world transform for a scene component or for a fucking actor. Okay. Mesh. We'll go to... What's my fucking control rig shit? Probably scrolled past it immediately or some shit. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that's everything I needed to do. Fuck yeah. Great. Animator recognizes what's going on again. So then what I need to do is go and Right. The revolver handle is the thing that I was sending all of that interface through, which is actually not where all of that needs to be. So let me take a look at hand interaction interface. What the fuck? My OBS just like blinked out of existence. Seems like it's still fine. Okay. Let me go take a look at my hand input actions. So the revolver itself needs to implement the interfaces for my hand action. Okay, let's not do that. Let's be a little more direct about this. So I could make a bunch of discrete interfaces for different pieces of a gun, like the cylinder or the trigger, or the hammer, because all of those are going to get reused for other weapons, but it would be easier to probably just make a revolver interface with the actions that I need to do on that thing. Like in the case of human primary action, I would probably have that be a shoot action. And that shoot action, yeah, I think I gotta start renaming some stuff here and refactor a little bit of that. Just annoying as fuck. I thought I was being so clever with the hand interaction stuff, but really I think that's just making things more complicated. Because I do have a reload input action. Okay, so let's try a shoot input action, a which is going to replace hand R primary. Okay, yeah, that's actually maybe a better way to do this. Let's go back to our input actions hand. Rename this hand input action. I guess none of these are labeled as that, so let's just say hands. Jesus Christ, so many redirectors to fix up there. And I am? What the fuck? What is using this? Okay, so the only thing using that is that. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So, hand primary is left mouse button. So let's say hand R, shoot, input action. And then hand R secondary is going to be hand R ADS, input action. Then hand R tertiary really doesn't need to exist as reload because I already have a reload input action. So let's remove tertiary and remove it from here. Or I guess let's save this, come back here, and then go, this doesn't need to exist here. And R shoot. So let's try. Okay, I'm gonna have to be a little bit more specific because I'm trying to get both hands involved in all of the actions that we're doing here. So we're gonna need hand R shoot, hand R ADS, and then we're gonna need hand R, and this is going to be start. We'll just say toggle reloading, toggle reload. Reload mode. Because guns kind of go into a reloading state. They don't just press a button to reload. It goes into like a reloading mode that like changes all of the inputs available. So I think hand R reload mode, or I guess this would be hand R reload start. Let's actually just leave this as the weapons reload, because that's going to get changed as well. Okay, so hand R reload, and then let's say reload mode. And then I need another input, and instead of reload mode, this will be load round. And then we'll have hand R unload round. Well, this is also fucking frustrating because you're going to be able to hold things in both hands, and it's confusing to say the input is hand R reload, but that reloads what's in your right hand, not the left hand will come over to reload what's in that. So this should be actually load round fuck. That's fine. Unload round, we'll just leave it as that for now. I'm overthinking this way too much. Now I feel like I need to like dynamically add the input mapping context so that I don't have a fucking shit ton of these fucking eating up all of my character's input map. Because these should be pretty dynamic, the way that they get added and removed from the character. So how do I go about this? Let's not worry about that right now. Cross that bridge when we get there. Shoot, ADS, reload mode, and then we'll go put action. What is this? Load round. Unload round. And then the scroll up and down is going to have to be, this is going to get changed to and our spin chamber clockwise input action. And our spin chamber counterclockwise input action. Honestly, that's probably getting too specific as well. Oh, right. I got to think about this a little differently. Okay, so let's make a revolver interface, because that might help me get a little bit more organized in terms of what I'm actually trying to do here. So let's go to items, guns, revolver. And let's do let's say oh, I guess this can't be specifically for the revolver either. This needs to be just like a generic fucking gun interface. Yeah. What am I doing? I feel like I'm going way off track here. Let's delete that before I add more shit that's going to take me more time to figure out what to do. So the reason I was doing this is because it was easier for me to keep track of what I might be trying to do with the thing in my hand. I don't have to be as specific if I'm trying to shoot it or move it or do something else. Now, the hand action interface goes on the revolver, but it would also go on a bunch of other shit that your hands can be doing stuff with. That being said, what I am trying to do right now, before I have anything else, is shoot, aim, reload. So what do we have going on here is kind of one big interface that is not as maybe useful as I thought it might be. Because it feels so generic on the human side of things, and I'd like to tie the human action. Like, I want the action to feel pretty concrete on the human side of what I'm intending to do. Like, a player would input that they'd like to shoot, and then assuming the thing that is in their hands can be shot, that does its own bit of shit. So the revolver itself, with the shootable interface, which I believe already exists, right. I made this. Okay, so the revolver is going to have the shootable component. It doesn't need an interface to interact with the shootable component on it. What needs the interface is the revolver, because the revolver is the thing that the player will interact with and more things will broadly be interacting with. So what I need to do is take this interface and remove it from there. And because it's just calling shootable component shoot, which just is not useful for it to do. So when I get down to one trigger pulled, this should just be shootable component shoot. Nope. Shoot there. And then here, we need to get rid of hand actions and say shoot How do I phase this? There. So the player is going to call event shoot. Right, like that. And then that should go to the grabbed actor, which in this case is the revolver. And then the revolver is going to handle all of its logic just the same way it was before. Now, the player might call to unload round on his right hand, which, if the revolver has the loadable interface, because I have a loadable component, load round, unload round, and then toggle reload mode. Let's just say reload mode. What am I doing? Because you need to go into a loading state when. How do I even phrase this? Okay, so revolver, and revolver is implementing the loadable interface. And here we're going to do our unload round. Oh, god damn it. Okay. And then here we've got, instead of tertiary action, we've got a reload mode event. And now this will just be, okay, yeah. I think this is getting closer here. And then instead of scroll up, we have actually the scroll up, scroll down thing is kind of funky because the cylinder is not its own component yet, so I should not worry about that. The cylinder should probably be a sub like a child object of a loadable component would probably make the most sense in the future. But for now, we'll be fine without that. So here we'll say unload round. Huh. Let's say shootable interface event graph. Then we'll go back here and we'll go loadable interface event graph. Okay. This also goes into the loadable interface. Right, I don't have any of that on an interface, so that doesn't do anything. I don't think any of this was connected to anything. I think that's fine to leave for now. Now we'll just say cylinder interaction event graph. Okay. Okay, that's working there. And then let's say that's working there. Now playing as standalone, that should be fine. Revolver is implementing the shootable interface. Why would that not be calling here though? Let's do a quick. Am I just never setting the actor? That would make sense. Boy, oh boy, do I feel smart sometimes. Okay. So that's all working very nicely. Now I need the reload mode to work. Also flip these over. Load, unload, reload. Cool. All right, that's a nice little rework there on all of that shit. I've completely gotten rid of the old grab constraint that fucking never worked because Unreal sucks. And I think that means it's time to disable that. Oh yeah. That fucking CSGO Michael Jackson peak. Oh yeah, we got it. Okay. So let's do a couple more things here. We're gonna go set and these will get added to full body controls. And then add to set full body controls. Add to set full body controls. That would make sense. Maybe I should specify okay, and ragdoll full body controls. Full body controls. Okay. Cool. Now he doesn't drop his gun when ragdolling. I don't always want to just break his full body around, which is cool. Oh, that's very good. Oh man, that's good. That's just good fun right there. All right, that's a good little place to pause. I'll be right back. All right. What do we have fucking going on here now? What's the next on the to-do list here? You know what would be good is hand interactions when taking actions on the gun, like having the left hand come up and touch it. I think not even anything super specific, but I think that would be like just bumping it to like set some kind of idea that he actually is interacting with the gun probably is not a bad thing to do here. Oh, I also needed to re-hook up my IK leg thing. I don't think it's the best right now, but it's certainly necessary, I think, for a lot of how my guy is interacting. Just his awkward ass little stance is so goofy. Okay. So what would be a good way to do this? I'm definitely going to need a different control rig. And so like my right arm state machine looks like this. Idle, hip fire, ADS. So it would be kind of cool to go to a dedicated reloading position. Like right now, hip fire is kind of down here, and ADS is obviously up here. And when reloading, it would be nice to tilt it and like bring it closer to himself. And that way his hand can be a little closer to just feed in bullets. So maybe let's start with the hip fire as a baseline kind of position here. So let's go idle control rig, hip fire, let's say arms, reload, I don't know if I need to specify one-handed or two-handed yet. Let's say reload one hand. Okay. Now, oh my God, please. Instead of arm R hip fire, let's say arm PS point. And the hip fire point, I believe I'm not setting programmatically at all. So it would be kind of interesting if this is tucked a little closer and lower, maybe that'll kind of give me a little bit more like you have to kind of look down to see it. Like you're not going to hold it way out here to reload. Like you kind of would normally want to keep the gun a little close to your side and like pull out of your belt to load. So that could be kind of nice to see just that kind of tucked up by his side. And then let's see here. Right control. And the parent is the head. Okay. So this needs to be and then I gotta kind of see what we're doing here with how this looks when ooh, so that's something is this doesn't really make as much sense to have happen with the head rotation as it would maybe with being more associated with like the spine rotation, right? Or I suppose this could even go into like pelvis rotation. And then when we do this positioning, hip fire point and our target, hip fire point, and our controls here. Really should be relatively close to our stomach here. So let's maybe do like it should be pretty close to the center. Oh, right. I forgot you can never fucking set anything in this fucking. God, it's so fucking annoying, bro. Now, why would these not line up correctly? That makes sense. Literally just fucking weirdly offset for no reason. All the actual controls are correct. Why does that? So frustrating sometimes. It just doesn't actually like obviously that's what a fucking skeletal mesh I need here. But why would you not? Oh, fucking dumb. Is there not like just a simple way to like make this skeletal mesh something I can actually like grab? It would be so nice to be able to see how the interactions look. Whatever. Mm-hmm. Okay, so okay. So here Is my audio working? Is my audio working? Seems like it is. Well, thanks YouTube for letting me know that my audio isn't working, but it is. All right. So okay. Let's do hands. And R. Am I even using this? Basically, no. Grabbing is ADS. I wish you could find a Boolean to be the opposite. I don't know if that's... Huh. Also, why is this just not in alphabetical fucking order? Just properties are completely at random inserted into here. Not in... That doesn't work. Yeah. And then let's just get a human BP. Hmm. Now, this is also getting kind of tricky too, because if you drop a gun that's in a reloading state, I need the gun to kind of tell the player that it needs to be reloaded. Not really sure what would make sense in this case, because if we are in cylinder out, like the gun has a state that it's in. Maybe I need to like bind my is reloading to the cylinder in out. Mm-hmm. And this is kind of tricky to figure out how to solve. Cup dude, what's going on, bro? Katana, what's going on, bro? So I've got a gun, and the reload state of the gun is totally independent of whether or not the player's holding the gun. But when the gun is like this, so if the player is grabbing it, I need to bind the right hand is reloading boolean to the gun's current reloading state. Nothing much, you? Oh, dude, just trying to work my way through some insane mess of logic that I've walked down this fucking path to. I'm trying to do some pretty dynamic-y, stuff with character interaction and control rig, where I'm kind of using many control rigs to control one character's set of behavior, because each arm can operate independently, and they're just kind of masked using animation blueprints. And so right now I'm trying to figure out how I want to go about handling letting each hand know that it needs to interact with the other hand. So like in the case of when I start my reloading here, I need my left hand to know that we're in a reloading state to start doing stuff and interacting with the gun when doing stuff like removing bullets or adding them. And so I can have that left arm come up and like touch the gun and like insert rounds, but I'm struggling to figure out how I can do this in a way that's not like insanely like redundant and creating like a bunch of loop backy stuff, because players can pick up weapons and drop them, but if they drop it while the gun is in a reloadable state, that's gonna put some kind of level of weirdness into whether or not the player knows, or like the character and hand knows that the gun is in a reloadable state. Like it really needs to be on grab. Yeah, I think I have to bind to the revolver, knowing that we are, let me see here, is cylinder in. So on rep is cylinder in. This should be a we're gonna need a new variable, and we'll say is reloading. Well, I'm not even sure that makes sense because, oh my god, this is like so many layers of components deep here. Vislod. What the fuck is Vislod, bro? Clap. Damn, that's way too complicated for me. Dude, it's too complicated for me. Like, right now I have just this one character and just one gun, but I'm trying to implement everything in a way that is going to be extensible for other weapons. So like, even just looking at my like human animation blueprint here, I have a different control rig for the arms for each state that the arms can be in. So like hip fire, ADS, idle, reloading, and all of that, which is cool. And then it's all like layer mask blended. So each right and left arm can do totally independent things, but the way that I would think to do this transition from hip fire to the reloading state, like the way I do the transition from hip fire to ADS, is binding to whether or not in my character blueprint the hand is ADS'd. So my hand R is reloading that I need to bind to needs to, when grabbing an object, it needs to bind to whether or not that object is reloading or something, but the problem is that it's all done through interfaces. All of the character's interactions with the gun is interfaces, so the character doesn't necessarily know that they are holding a gun specifically versus like holding a cup or a rock that can't shoot or can't reload. But I really don't know how to wrap my brain around getting this shit fixed. Like right now, we're grabbing something and we hit the reload button. We call to reload mode, but that's not like a guarantee that we ever get into the reloading state. Whereas stuff like the hip fire and ADS transitions don't need to know really anything about the thing they're holding, just whether or not it's something that can be ADS'd or hip fired. Like that's really, really simple to get that info, which is like why my left arm is down at my side, because it's not holding anything. So it just doesn't even need to be positioned anywhere but at my side. Oh my god. So in my interface here, I call to reload it, and once that value is successfully set, I need like, this is numbing my brain. I need some kind of event that takes place here that calls back, I think, to the player or the thing that's holding it to let it know that it is in a reloading state, I think. But that also feels way too specific. it's really hard to try and abstract things to the point where it's useful abstraction and not just abstract for the sake of being abstract. Like, I don't necessarily know that there's a case where something that's not a human with a hand will hold a gun, but I can foresee being down the road with like AI or something and not necessarily not wanting to do something as complicated as I'm doing with the player hand layered bone animation system. Where I need something a little bit more flexible, but I just can't really wrap my brain around how this necessarily works. Like, the revolver gets to here, and oh, that's part of, maybe that's part of it. So like right now I have a interface for grabbable things. And maybe I should be adding some functionality in getting can grab oh, it's like so close. It's like on the tip of my tongue brain. Like the grabbable and loadable interface kind of have to talk to each other. Like, loadable in this case needs to kind of have an event here. Right, so in my human blueprint, hand R toggles reload mode or calls to reload, and that reload goes to the revolver, which starts the chain to pop out the cylinder, and upon successfully getting through all of that, I like need a function that's like I don't know if this even makes sense. On reload mode start, on reload mode stop, and the grabbable interface doesn't know anything about the person that's grabbing it. Like, only the hand or the character that's using and interacting with the grabbable interface knows that it's grabbing something. So if in here, cylinder out, let's say on reload mode start. Oh, I need the other one. On reload mode start, and on reload mode stop. Right, so on this start interface, for the revolver specifically, let's take this over to the loadable interface as well. And then I also need stop over here as well. Now, this kind of seems like it needs to tie into the grabbable interface, which would be something like get grabber. Which should give me an actor. Get can grab, get grabbable mesh, get grabber, get is grabbed. And this should return a Boolean is grabbed. Okay. So let's go take a little look-see at my revolver then, and go back to my human grabbing stuff here. On hand R grab. None of this is fucking synced on network shit yet. But let's say input actor, grab interface. Oh, we'll go another one of these, grabbed by or let's do on grabbed. Loadable human. So now we'll say on grabbed. Don't worry about replicating all this shit later. And here we'll feed in the actor grabber. Okay. Let's say grabbed by. Get grabber on grabbed. Get is grabbed. Okay. So on grabbed, we'll toss in a reference to ourself. And the Revolver now is going to have to implement, we'll just say oh, this is going to need that grabbable event graph. Okay. We'll go full interface event graph. Hi, what game are you working on? What's up, Weku? I'm working on a little physics-based cowboy game. Just starting to get to the point where I've got some animations and some physics stuff going on here. It's all going to be first person, all physics all the time. Lots of like gun control here, like you control the cylinder popping out, whether or not you're rotating it, loading and unloading individual rounds, all that. Kind of just working on the character controller for this open world Wild West fucking thing. Trying to figure out some grabbing mechanics and stuff now that have been plaguing me for a few months. Unreal, as it turns out, is really fucking awful with what's it called? Welding physics objects together, and it has been the bane of my existence for the better part of like 3 or 4 months now. But I finally have a system that's like working reasonably well, and now I'm just trying to figure out how to tie some animation stuff that I've got working into that system. So on grabbed, let's see here. We need to get on grabbed over here. Looking great so far. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I think this is like, I don't know. This is my first like 8 months or so using Unreal. I made a bunch of games in Unity over the past few years, and I tried making kind of this same game in Godot earlier this year, and was just running into all kinds of netcode issues, and Unreal has been pretty great. I definitely wouldn't switch back from using Unreal, but it's definitely got its own set of weird quirks and problems that have been kind of frustrating to get through here. Okay, so on grabbed, let's see here. We're gonna need a is grabbed Boolean set is grabbed to true, and then we'll go when grabbed by someone. Let's start making these grabbable, and we'll just say grabbing, grabbing. Is grabbed, and then we'll do actor grabbed by and then let's make this a sequence. This is gonna get real ugly quick. Grab by, and now, oh, I am gonna need an on release for later. Not right now though. Where was I? Revolver, right. Grabbed by this person. Let me just make sure that these are all working. Fucking make this red. Working on my game in Unreal Engine 5 too, but lost innovation in the middle of the process. Yeah, man, I think this is the longest I've ever worked on any game for. It's been like 8 months of just solo developing. And I think the only reason why I'm still able to stick with it is I've just kind of started developing like a really good, I think, sense of like patience and like empathy, like self empathy, and you know, understanding like how big of a game I am trying to make, and that's not something that's going to happen overnight. So any little bit of progress is great. And even working on something for like 4 or 5 hours or 6 hours on a free day when I can, and not getting anywhere or spending the whole day debugging, I think is pretty important to like give yourself the credit for figuring stuff out. Nice. Okay. All of that is working. True human. And in doing that, I think it's made it a lot easier to keep working on this project. Like, this is, I mean, even for like just what this looks like right now, it's a pretty massive amount of stuff going on. Like, you know, modeling character, I'm doing all procedural animation stuff. None of this is like keyframed and how the character moves and all of that. It's also all physics on top of like the control rig stuff, but like really like my first time like rigging characters, and you know, first time making a first person shooter and trying to like also do this all like super procedurally and dynamically, you know, modeling gun animation stuff, like even just the gun, like calculating the cylinder roll and removing and adding individual bullets and like having the art sync up to that. And like this is nowhere near like final art that I'd like to have for the gun. Like this is like a rip off of a Hunt Showdown model that I just made. I like went and fucking Google searched their shit. But like the whole process of making games is like a fucking lot of work. Like even when it just looks like a bunch of gray boxes over here, like you know, I've got like fucking 5 different control rigs, and that's just slowly getting added to. Like there's a lot of jobs that go into making games, and if you're working on something by yourself, I think you have to have a pretty good plan, like, you know, like really know what you're trying to build and what you're not, and be okay with going, this is fine for now, I can work on this later when that kind of detail or attention to detail actually needs to happen, versus like, oh, this is a fun idea for now, let me just start working on this immediately, and then realize like I'm not making any actual progress on getting the game closer to being functional or shit like that. It's really hard work. You know, it's why a lot of games never see the light of day, and why a lot of games kind of suck, because you have to have a lot of fucking moving parts, just like movies and stuff, you know, like it's usually a pretty big fucking crew of people to make something. So it's not like I don't know. It's easy to be down on yourself when you're the person working on it and you see other games or you play other games and you're like, oh man, that's so cool. I'll never get to make something like that. But it's also, I think, significantly more important to like step outside of whatever you currently have on your screen and just be like, you know, how much work have I done? How much work have I put in? And where was this yesterday compared to where it is today? Did it make any progress whatsoever? Did you fix a bug? Did you spend all day fixing a bug and then got it fixed or couldn't fix it but ruled out a bunch of other problems or possible potential issues? Then, you know, that's progress. And like, even if it's not visible, it's still important and needs to get done at some point. And I think that side of that whole side of what's it called, like working on stuff is like just so much less talked about, I guess. Like when you are watching someone, fucking me right now, making something, you know, even if I'm not working on something that you're like, wow, this is blowing my fucking mind, it's like it can still be really easy to be like, oh, that's cool, or like, you know, the like, whoa, who was that earlier? Cup Dude, different guy watching the stream, I don't know if he's still here, just being like, oh, that's way too complicated for me. And it's like, I don't know, man, like this is my first time solving any of these problems or trying to come up with solutions or building a first person shooter of any kind. Like you know, having some patience and grace for yourself working on something for the first time, I think is just like critical if you're actually trying to work on something long term or like build a project that's going to take a while. So I understand, bro. Maybe someday you'll find some time or the energy or like the motivation to keep chugging along on whatever project you're working on. Okay, now grabbed, reload mode start. I need to get our grabbed by guy and say reload mode. This needs, okay, so I have a loadable interface and then I need like a loader interface. Because I need to say on reload start and on reload stop. And now I can go on my human and class, and this has a loader interface, and the loader interface here, we'll just add another fucking graph. To be honest, sometimes I don't understand what I code in Blueprint, and that makes me lose interest in doing it. I think I've started with too big of a project in my mind. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't made a game before, I assume this is like, you know, maybe one of your first games you've made. It can be really difficult when you don't even know how to ask the questions that you are trying to search for answers for. You know, like when you don't know a technical term and there is like a solution for that thing, it can be really difficult to be like, oh man, I wish I even knew what to search. Like, you know, if your physics are glitching out and all you can search is like, you know, my cube is stuttering when moving and posting on a forum or something that way, it can be pretty what's the word I'm looking for, like frustrating, like that learning curve. And you know, I think a lot of people say like, oh, pick a smaller game idea to work on to learn how to make games. And I think maybe if you've never programmed anything before, that's pretty good advice. Like go follow like a Pong tutorial or a Frogger tutorial, like, you know, something really basic that like you can start getting a feel for like the tools and the different aspects of development that you need to like implement and get used to. But I think when like I've been making games for like 10 years and like nothing too crazy. Let me see, I can link you guys my itch page. But like over that 10 years, I've made a lot of different games, and some of them more so than others. There you go. That's a link to some of the games that I've released with one of my friends, Jason. Some of them more than others are games that I actually would like to play, and some of them aren't games that I would play if I hadn't made the game. And I think when you really want to like start learning stuff, you kind of are just going to have to pick a project that you are actually really interested in playing. Like I think that is the best way to learn. You know, if you're working on a big project, or even a really small project, but it's a game that you don't give a shit about playing, like, oh, you want to follow, you know, even if you're a beginner and you're like, oh, people keep telling me to make Pong as my first game, but I have no fucking, like, I don't give a shit about playing a 2D fucking Pong game. Like, when was the last time you played anything that was even remotely similar to that? Like, there's a way to keep your interest in it is by actually trying to make something that you're interested in. Like if you're just making a game and following a tutorial for the sake of following the tutorial, like that's great. You know, if you manage to get through that, but like I'm not someone who learns well by learning like the theory first and then implementing something. I have to be like really hands-on and in the middle of like trying to figure it out and trying to understand like the why of what I'm doing before I can understand like the how to do what I'm doing. Like if you don't, you know, you can make Pong and Pac-Man and other, you know, 2D side scroller games, and if you go through that process and they're not something you're interested in and they're not a type of game that you would want to make in the future, then it is going to help familiarize you with the tools. Like school kind of largely does a lot of stuff like that. You know, it's like not giving you the most specific like use case. It's just like, here's a little bit more generic advice, which is really helpful, but you will end up learning a bunch of tools and specifics about how to make those games that you're not that interested in. And like for me, I really want to play this game, like an open world, persistent, physics-based, Wild West kind of role-playing game. And this is like a game I've dreamed about for like 10 years, like just always talking about with my friends wanting to make and shit. And I think the only way that I would ever consider tackling a project this big is if it's something that I actually wanted to play, that I know is like, you know, I knew in starting this like a year ago that it was like, oh, this is going to be something that I work on indefinitely. I've got absolutely no time restriction on how long this is going to take me. Some weeks I have no energy, or like I'm just not at my computer. I can't work on it at all. And sometimes I have a whole week where I'm free and I have the time and the energy and the brain power to like really jam and make some progress. Lately it's been a lot of progress, which has been super fun, but like being okay with knowing it's going to take a long time is I think a really hard part about bigger projects and shit. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom and then I gotta get this fucking reload shit working. Oh, what's up, YouTube? We're back today with another fucking whack-ass fucking programming stream. All right. What the fuck was I doing? Okay. So cylinder out event. Go into a reload mode. Then once we're grabbed, yeah. I need to say, where the fuck is all this shit? I wish it was easier to fucking categorize your fucking interfaces. I wonder, wait, can I categorize the interfaces in there? Like if I say loader, and now I go to human. Oh my God, you can categorize the interfaces like that. Holy shit. Okay, now if anyone can tell me how to categorize my onRep fucking goddamn functions, holy shit, that'll change everything. Because these are like plaguing my function lists, and it's so frustrating because they're just so gross to fucking look at. Okay, so let's go take a little look-see at my loadable interface. And let's say loadable. Okay, let's rename this to start loading. Stop loading, and then we'll go load, unload. Now, let's say this kind of doesn't need to exist. This is just a load mode. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense to me. So how did you learn to code in Blueprint? Just by fucking around and wasting a lot of fucking time. Honestly, like, I don't think they're, like, when it comes to programming stuff, I really don't think that there is any other approach other than just being okay with spending a lot of time doing it. Like, I don't, and I would not consider myself necessarily good at anything in, like, programming wise. I think I can usually find the way to do the things that I'd like to do, but I don't necessarily think I have, like, I didn't go to school for programming or computer science, so, like, I'm not usually that confident that the system or way that I'm doing something is, like, the most efficient or fast way to do something. That being said, I'm also generally not working on anything that is at scale enough to even impact the performance of any engine I've ever used. Like, I think it's really easy to get, like, super discouraged as, like, someone who's not, like, a super high level advanced kind of capable programmer, that you'll be like, oh man, like, you know, I'm just not that good at programming. I can't figure out what I'm trying to do or whatever. Or I don't really have the answers for this. And I wish I just knew fucking more about all of this shit. And it's really like, I wish I could figure out the most efficient way to do something. And it's like, in reality, you probably don't need to figure out anything more efficient than what you're doing. Like, computers are fucking really powerful. Like, as far as like making games goes, like, you're probably in like the easiest, most flexible time to like just implement terrible fucking code, and as long as it fucking works and runs on most computers, you're probably fine. Like, there's all kinds of warnings to like not do stuff on tick in the engine via Blueprint. And like, I've been experimenting with stuff and like put stuff in a tick function that happens every single frame, and so far like nothing that's like impacted performance in the slightest. But that's only because I'm not working on something that's like 10,000 players all at once in one area, and it needs to perform efficiently. And if I was, I'm sure I could figure out a different, more efficient solution when that day comes. But like, it's not something I need to worry about now. So I mean, like, learning it is just like, right now I'm literally trying to figure out and learn how to do the thing I'm trying to do, which is I have a character here, and he's got an animation state machine that controls whether or not he's hip firing, he's aiming down sights, or going into a reload mode with his gun. And that toggle is all going through like generic interfaces, so that way I can implement all of this same logic with more guns. The only gun I have right now is a revolver, so it is pretty easy for me to like kind of get lost maybe in the sauce of going, oh, I'm just not really having to worry about doing anything too abstract, because I only have one gun, but I do in the future plan on adding a lot more weapons. So I'm trying to come up with reasonably efficient ways of doing things that feel like I don't have to set a bunch of manual variables every time I add a new gun, which is kind of like putting all of the work of adding new content up front. It is front loading it, so it's stopping a lot of maybe like forward looking progress, like outward. When I started streaming 3 hours ago today, 4 hours ago, I don't think that I had anything different than what you see on screen right now, but I do know that in a matter of like, I don't know, the next hour or so, I'm gonna have this reloading state working, that is gonna have his gun being held in a different place and managed in a different way, that will then make it super easy the next time I want to add a two-handed gun, to be able to get the differences between those and animate the hands accordingly. So it's not like a lot of visible progress necessarily, but learning to code in Blueprint is literally like the same as learning to code in anything else. You just gotta like have an idea of something you want to make and start trying. And generally, I would say, if you're also just new to programming in general, if you feel like you can't find the function or node or step, like the next step to take, because there isn't something hyper specific enough for your use case, you probably haven't broken down the problem into small enough discrete steps so that you can actually find the node that does the thing that you want. Like in my case, trying to figure out, oh, how does the human animation blueprint know that the human that is implementing the animation blueprint, that is holding a gun or an item that is being entered into its reload mode, how does that go from the revolver to the human blueprint to the human animation blueprint without me having to manually set each of those steps? So like in one version, it's like, oh, well, I need the animator to know that the gun is being reloaded. So like I should just go from the animator to the gun, but in reality I'm going to have a bunch more guns. So like, okay, I can't just go straight from the animator to the gun. Okay, well, what's the go-between? Well, the animator to the human is a pretty nice go-between. But the human, in my case, is using interfaces to grab stuff and load stuff and interact with items. So the human doesn't even necessarily know what they're holding. They just know that they are holding something. And so it's like, okay, I need to figure out how they can generically be told if the thing that they're holding is loading or not, or is reloading or not. So, it's like smaller and smaller steps until eventually we get to where I'm at now, which is, oh, right, I have like, the player inputs to go into reload mode. We check if their hand is grabbing something. And if it is grabbing something, we send a message via interface to the loadable interface to toggle the load mode. And we go over to the revolver, and on toggling load mode, we check if the cylinder is in or out. It does a bunch of stuff on the server side. And once all of that server side logic goes through, I need to then call functions here, which is loader on reload stop and on reload start. And now I think, if I'm not terrible at doing my fucking job, these also need to know the revolver is grabbed by something. So we throw that in there and then compile that. Now the human blueprint on reload start can go. Now this is tricky as well because this is only one interface on the human as a whole. But eventually, like, your two hands are going to be able to do different things, like hold two separate guns. So for now, like, this is kind of maybe part of the, like, breaking things down into small steps and not, like, trying to overthink and optimize stuff too early, is like, I'm not worried about doing a second hand pickup thing yet. I know it's loosely something I'm going to do in the future, so, like, leaving comments and notes to yourself for later about what you are doing now and what will probably need to get rewritten is usually pretty good. But in my case, right now, I can only hold a gun in one hand, so I'm not worried about doing anything with my left hand. Therefore, when this interface on our human is called, we could just go straight to reloading, let's say, yeah, that's fine. And R is reloading to be true, and R is reloading to be false. So in the future, when I eventually come back to this and I have a left and right hand, I'll probably do something with these two pieces of the interface on reload start and stop, and also have them input the loadable item or like actor that is starting its reload state. So that way the player can check which hand that they're holding and whether or not that specific hand is holding the item that needs to go into this reload state. And then it would set specifically hand R is reloading or hand L is reloading. But that's like way down the line, and I'm sure there's another more elegant solution that I'll be able to figure out before I get to that even. But for right now, hopefully this works. There we go. And I've got another animation state. Easy as that. And I'll definitely need to play around here with where that is held, because what I'd like to do is, so in first person when you're hip firing, I always want the gun to just be barely visible in camera. So the control rig that I have set up is tying the IK of the hand to the head position itself, because when the character leans forward and backwards, their head position is changing. So I can't necessarily, because our camera, unlike a lot of other first person games, we're actually looking at our like real body, you know, it's our actual legs, our actual arm and hands and stuff. I have to use the head position and dynamically set where the gun needs to be from there. And so when reloading though, what I'd like to do is have the character hold the gun not attached to his head movement at all, which it's not. So like if I go here, you can see I can look all the way up and down with the gun, but the second I go into reloading mode, it kind of keeps it lower. And the point of this being, in my mind, you know, when you're reloading a gun in real life, you don't need to like, you would never hold that reloading gun like up in a way to put bullets in up towards it. You would probably always hold it loosely at your waist, like even if you're looking up or down, you would hold it like down at your waist, and then you would feed bullets into it, and you could still look independently of that. It wouldn't be tied to like your head position. So that's kind of the point of what I've been doing here with separating the revolver like loading animation state. But now all of those interfaces seem like they're talking to each other appropriately, and that feels really nice and dynamic there. Oh, and you know what else I have to do is add in another transition from ADS to reloading, which, wait, why? Whoa, I've never seen it not give me a, hello? Created transition? What? It's so wild. I've never seen it not give me a thing there before. ADS to reload. Okay, whatever. So here I also need to bind hand R is reloading, and go there. Why is it not? That's so weird. Usually it gives you like a very clear, huh? Oh, what the fuck? It just appeared. All right, thanks, Unreal. Well, reloading to ADS, and we can enter this. If and R is ADS, and R is reloading, and ADS to hip fire. And let's say human BP and R is ADS is not Boolean. Okay. So if we are not in ADS, if we are ADS, if we are reloading, if we are not reloading. Oh, but we are ADS. Yeah, that works. And we are not reloading. Okay. I think that should work. Woo! Okay. So something kind of funky is happening on these transitions, which is ADS to reloading. And then this is reloading to ADS. Okay, so this needs to be human BP, ADS, and human BP, get hand R is reloading. And we are not, nope, not bool. You're not reloading. Okay. And R is ADS and not reloading. Oh, we've definitely got some funky interactions going on here. Is it just the head that's vibrating? Huh. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be anything else. It's just the head joint. Okay. So I think I need to adjust my physics asset here. Oh yeah, that's just got a very small window that it can actually. Oh, that's 45. Let's do 45 there. Okay. Let's see if that fixes our janky look down. Not quite. Maybe. Okay. Man, it's tight. Okay, so now let me take a look at my reloading positions here. So I think something that kind of needs to happen is this should be related to the pelvis. And these, the hip fire point, not be attached to. Oh, that is attached to the pelvis. So let's say 25. And then maybe a little something up here. And then one, 110. I don't know, maybe something like that. Okay. Okay. Now, I don't want to have this be so low that it's like inconvenient to look down at. So that kind of needs to change maybe here. Also, those are definitely not aligned, which is very strange. Hmm. Okay, let me check. Initial 5.4. 5.4. Negative 6, 10, negative 1. Negative 6, negative 10, 1. That's fine. Current 25. Floating around 0. 25 floating around 0. 54, 20 something. Five. 54, 20 something. Now, why are these slightly offset? That's just very strange. It's like the hand rotations are just offset. Which I'm doing all the rotations to the target, hand our target, control related to pelvis, which is fine. Weird. All right, I'll worry about that at a later date. It's not going to affect anything now. And we'll set offset. Oh, you gotta remember to disable this auto fucking lean shit. Oh, right. I think. Okay. If I feed this in here as well, is that going to... Oh, I think that's another joint restriction problem on my hands. Oh, maybe not. Oh, it definitely is. Okay. Hmm. 75. Now, I think something else that might be happening here is to do with my reloading arm hand strength here. I think I'm setting something when ADSing that I probably should just leave alone for now. Yeah. Oh, and then it's this thing. I forgot I needed to like loading feed this in. So I think that's going to affect the way that this pose happens. Yo, it definitely does. When you gotta reload, but you just don't fucking know how to fucking use an arm. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. So this drastically needs to get modified here so that, let's try. Okay, so I think another problem is my forearms and chest collision should not be enabled. That's probably just causing some weird goopy interactions there, which is significantly better. Okay. So when looking down at our hand, we actually want this to be 150, no, 120, and then this should be Okay, let's try maybe instead of doing both hands at once here, I need to get a little bit more creative and go, let's focus on just doing the right arm where it needs to be. And let's add in that little rotatey thing so I can test out the different poses. Don't really think that's the best choice here, but I think these guys might be able to go under the spine. And so let me see here. What I need to do is okay. Maybe let's take my pole vectors and put these back under the pelvis. And then okay. So I'll leave that there. And now I go and take my hand offset here. So the only thing I kind of have to do, it seems like, to make this feel a little bit more natural would be, as he gets to a far enough leaning back, he should pull the gun back a little bit with him. It doesn't necessarily need to always be moving with him, but I do need some kind of extra control here that can okay. Let's maybe rehook up our left hand thing and go back in game. Oh, yeah, I should disable the fucking... Okay. That actually doesn't feel too bad outside of the gun literally just being rotated the wrong way. So I've got to take the hand and flip it a little bit more out. Right, clockwise here. That's fine. So it's literally like a negative 30 maybe. Somewhere in there. definitely funky when I get way too close. God, it feels like there's got to be I could probably later down the road come up with a control rig version that will adjust to try and relatively give a little bit of smoothing to, like, when you get way too close, or like the further down you look, the more it like brings the gun and your hands into view, so that way it's a little easier, instead of like right now you got to look like all the way down, but you can also look too far down past the gun, which just looks very funny like this, but it's also not worst case scenario for the current system, because I do like that the gun is out of view, and now I've got to do a loading control rig type of deal, so that the left hand can go into a reloading state and then start feeding over. I think this will look plenty fine for right now. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be back in a few. I also need to grab a snack. Yo, 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 yo. God, for all the fun procedural anim stuff I'm doing right now, it's just like the reloading and aiming shit. I am so not excited at the prospect of eventually doing the leg movement stuff. Like, all of this is gonna feel so dynamic and fun and responsive. Ooh. I bet there's probably a way that I could go about the reload process and gun or item specific stuff that I could, when getting fed a reload state in the player. Oh man, that's kind of a cool idea. A loadable interface can pass an loading control rig override in the future for more specific item animation rig interaction types. Because that would be really nice for like a polish thing later down the road, is to feed, like the revolver would have its own very specific type of reload control rig. So that way I can have like a pretty generic one that most guns that are one-handed will have, but then in the future, more specific items can be like, oh, because a human, whatever it is, reloading here, like when I have two-handed items that need reloading, or whatever that is going to take, this doesn't just get fed this control rig. This would be like evaluating a control rig dynamically. I'm not even sure if that's possible, but we get there when we get there, you know. God, I gotta have a couple bites of food. Damn, what's in my gun? What they put in this shit? Out of ammo. Man, we're almost looking like we have a game here. I like really didn't want to do leg movement stuff, but I feel like this has just been going well enough that I kind of have to, because it just would look so much better. Just look so much better to show off as he actually like moves his feet, even if it's super basic. Hmm. Okay, so arms. Let's make a new folder for this. Let's say reloading. And now human arms reload assist. One hand. I don't know. Something like that, maybe. So now it's gonna get kind of funky because let's see here. The I don't know if with state machines you can like make them a variable or like a kind of prefabby like thing. Okay, yeah, let's do idle. And then from idle, we're going to need another state that is reload assist. Because the only way you can reload assist is if you are in idle. You can't actually go to that from holding a weapon. You have to have your gun like completely away. And so in this case, I don't need this yet. Let's take all of this. And go. And we can go to reload assist when, oh, let's also make this the correct control rig. Right, and then okay. Now we can go to reload assist if human, oh, nope. Human blueprint. and R is reloading. And let's do hands, hand R, grabbing. And L is grabbing. And L grabbed actor. And hand L is grabbing, and that is not grabbing. And then we can go back here. And this can happen when, oh, that's not what I want. If our hand R is not reloading, or our left hand starts grabbing something. So now in either of those cases, we will not be in our reload mode, and therefore should not be in this state. Now, just to test, let's take so our default loading should be with our hands somewhat near our hips. So instead of defining this by the hip fire point, we should get our bone, pelvis, and hold our little wee-wee because we got to go potty. And then let's go. Uh, 15. Yeah, this doesn't really have a hip fire point, so that's not important. And then this kind of rotation is not important. And so pelvis. Hand R. Mm-hmm. That's actually kind of what I need for the, what's it called? The other shit I was doing with the loader and where it's being held and all of that. That's kind of interesting. Okay. Let's not take the pelvis rotation into account here. So what I need is a make from Euler. Okay, both these need to be not fucking solid. Get transform. Oh, maybe I should take these. And we can toss these under the spine, I think. Okay. And let's do that. God damn it. So now what I have to figure out is we get a right, because I can't do events. This is just how it's always evaluating. So I think what I have to do is go reloading, right? Because this is just setting our target. What do I have to do here? This is where our ammo pouch or like our hip, you know, whatever pouch would be. So I need a variable here for our let's say transform, and let's say ammo pouch. Oh, ammo pouch. So then we go like, I'm just thinking about in the future, I would potentially have like a bandolier or something, and I'd want him to reach for that versus just his hip for everything. But I think that's also like maybe too far down the road. I don't really need to do that now. I can come up with something for that then. But what I do need to do, if this is our big hierarchy, let's say this is our ammo pouch R target, and we'll label this ammo pouch L target, right? So right now what we're doing is setting our ammo pouch targets, and now what I need to do is also set a different control up, and this is going to be a, we'll just call this, or what shape should this be? This will be a little box. Right, because that's going to be where we pull from. And then I need to know and have a single load point, because this is for the reload assist. So I don't need multiple points to be fed into this. I just need one, which would be the new control. And then we'll say reload assist target, which will be a blue, yellow. We'll make this pink. And let me save this little swatch for later. Okay. Now our reload assist target is going to be here-ish. Loosely here for now. And we'll have a new variable, and we'll say assist alpha, and this is going to be a 0 to 1 slider, more or less. Although I guess there are controls that do that, right? Like I don't need, let me try doing that. That'll be kind of a fun little exercise here. Is setting up a, not a new variable, Don't need aim down sight delta or aim down sight point distance. Looks like the fucking, what's that guy, the villain from Into the Spider-Verse. That's very good. Fucking Spot. So now I need to do a new control, and this will be animation type. Sure, X doesn't really matter. Actually, let's make this on the Z, and we'll call this reload assist blend. Oh, right, I already have a green. Great. And now reload assist blend. Let's go ahead and offset this over here. And offset it up here. Min, max. And this will be a I don't know. Star, who gives a shit? Right. Strict switching, draw limits, driven controls. Scale on the Z, let's say. Oh, that's not going to actually change. This is going to be assist target, and then this is reload assist blend, and then what I need to do is drive a, oh, I wonder, I haven't really done any of this before, so curve none, draw, drive a control and that will be the new control, and we'll go and our target and L target okay. let's just blend these directly into the so we also need to mirror the PVR and R and L mirrored. Perfect. Now this should be hand R target, and this should be hand L target. And as assist blend goes from 0 to 1, we need to do one more step in the middle here. Okay. Which is, get rid of these, that and that. And we'll go down to here. Interpolate. Get transform. Control. And we'll say, and our target. Transform. Oh, this needs to be a 0 to 1, interpolate from, right. I need to interpolate not the target, I need to interpolate the position of the ammo pouch. Transform of this to the transform of the assist target by 0 to 1. And then I need to set transform to this and set the transform of control and our target right. Okay. So now as assist blend goes to 1. Get control value. Okay. We're starting to get there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Let's see here. Go like this. Move all of this shit down a little bit further. And the assist target needs to be something like, let me stop mirroring so I can just see what one hand is doing. Okay, assist target needs to not be a fucking solid sphere. Let's make this a... I don't know. Fucking do another star or something. Okay, so my pole vectors definitely don't need to be connected to the spine. I think in this case, let's do the pelvis. It's just gonna make it easier to not have to think about how they're fucking mirroring. And then assist blend, put a 1. Okay, let's set offset there. We'll set offset there for now. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. So if we mirror this, we've got hands on hip, kind of ready for whatever weird interacty thing we're looking to do. And pull these out wider, I think is totally fine in this case, because you want to be bolstered up and ready to go. And then we go instead of set controller pitch, let's actually set assist Well, that's wild. Huh. Hmm. Okay. So I think this is getting closer here. And what I'm kind of missing is how to make this a smooth blend. Like, I don't know why. Assist blend. Uh, hmm. Okay, so maybe I need to go set not set control flow, set offset or set translation. So weird. Z, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is that? Man, I wish I understood the animation channels. Okay, let's see. Hmm. That's kind of neat. Kind of similar to what I'm doing, I think, but not really fixing the issue here. Okay, maybe let's try something a little different here. Let's take just the assist blend thing out. Don't need it. Let's come back over here and we'll say reload assist blend. Say just reload assist alpha. Zero, 1, 1. We can go back to making him lean around. That's totally fine for now. And come back over here. Let's also rename this probably from arms reloading to arms assisting. There we go. Control assist blend not valid. Oh, there we go. Just being fucking stupid. Very good. Okay. And let's say red is back of the hand, blue is forward, green is thumb. So we need to go like okay, let's fucking stop this for a moment. Whoopsies. Right, let's evaluate a curve between 0 and 1. And flip-flop between them and evaluate this. Cool. All right, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Great. Let's take reload assist alpha 0. And then assisting. So actually, ammo pouch should just be on the hip. I don't need to set that dynamically. That's kind of a waste of fucking time if it's just always going to be located on the pelvis. In which case, let's just take both of these out of here. And then the ammo pouches can just go to pelvis. And both of these can say offset transform. We don't need to do that. And correct. Now I do need to do I need to do that? No, that is correct. Now let's do the flip here. God damn it. And set offset. And set offset. Great. Now let's mirror this again. A couple other things I need to do. Set offset. Great. All of that's working. So when I come down here, this is editable. Boink, boink, boink. Right. Go somewhere a little more like that. God damn it. How many times am I going to not fucking set my transforms? Okay. So get rid of that function. Oh, let's go. That's my first crash in a good few hours. I was doing pretty hot there. Okay, reopen please. Okay. Don't need that in there. Okay. Assisting. Now, what's the tricky part I need to do here is the assisting arm needs to go to the assist point, assist target, which the location can be set just fine outside of this, right? Is if I go assist target, or in my animation blueprint, when I'm at reload assist here, this control rig, we feed in the assist target. And for that, just like ADS point offset. Wait, I'm not even using that from here. Am I using this from here? No. Great. Assist target, and then we'll have assist alpha. Okay, and then the human blueprint. Can I refresh? There we go. Assist alpha. And then assist target. Right, I don't want to blend in some amount of this. So let me just take a little look-see here. If our assist alpha is 0, compile, nothing else should be adjusted, totally fine. And our left hand has the ability to go to a reload assist state. And so that should give us a little animation here. Ooh. Wild. So we've got something funky going on here, which is hand R is reloading and hand L is not grabbing if we are not reloading, or hand L is grabbing. We should come back. So let me hit play here and double check what that's doing. Should be. Oh my god, that's so funny looking. Oh, the reloading hurts too much. God, make it stop. All right, what the fuck am I doing? Assist alpha is 0. Okay, let's try that again. Oh. There's a fucking... No, that's not getting set anywhere funky. Arm assisting. Target. Blending between. Okay, what if I don't use a pin for that? No, that's very strange. Okay, let's try... Okay. Definitely want to blend that in. Now... let's take a look at my physics model here. Physics asset. I believe I need to make sure that forearm and thigh, forearm, all can collide. These all can collide. These all can collide. Okay. So God, he's just rubbing his legs. Oh, I think the fucking hand is literally inverted. I think. No. There's no way that's correct. Because... oh, it's just the left hand rotation that's borked a little bit here. Ammo pouch R target. Pouch R to ammo pouch L. Hand R, hand L. PVR, PVL. Hmm. Let's just, this is really dumb, but ammo pouch L, set rotation in local space. Make from Euler. Z is going to be 180, right? I guess not. Rotation, add. God, dude, what is this? Rotation. No. Euler. Add 180. Okay, and then this is ammo pouch L. Set rotation. Oh, that's right, because I'm just mirroring everything. So the reason it's not rotating now is because it's matching the target, the hand target afterwards, which, ooh, okay. Hmm. That's so weird that it's fucking up the rotation though on the mirror. It kind of doesn't make sense to me why. It's a good way to handle this then. Right, so God, I'm just starting to get a little fucking brain dead now. We've got the pouch position on our hip. We're mirroring that over to the left side, and we're rotating it. And then we've got the pouch position, our pull vectors, and our hand targets. Now the hand target that, let's make these just positional. And then we can go ammo pouch L to assist target, and this is going to be for hand L target. Okay, let's just go back to using a Euler transform. Okay, and now okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at when. Nice. Okay. Okay, now let's take a little look-see. Cool. And let's make that a little further back on their hips because that looks a little bit like they gotta hold their tiny little bladders to go pee-pee. Which is not exactly the look that every cowboy is going for here. Two. Offset. -2. Offset. -1808. 21.9. -20. 1. 10. 20. 1. 10. negative 160, 0, 35. And okay, now let's try going to our animation blueprint, and we'll do a look. Event graph has nothing in it. Very good. Does our event graph have just our human blueprint? Very fine. We'll say this is going to be our hand reload assist event graph. And let's say and our assist let's say and our start reload assist. This should be hand L reload assist. So now we'll go and create a new function here on hand L reload assist. I don't even know if this needs to be a function, but this should go and take a variable. So what I kind of need here is a and L reload assist blend. We'll just say alpha. It's easier when I keep the track of it like that. Like that. I don't need that function. And then we'll set this to 1. Man, there's so much that I want to do that's like kind of would need to like rely on the animation and animator working. Like I'd love to have the actual reload not happen until the animator gets in position for that. So I feel like this is fine for now. I've never really used any of the timers. Yeah. Let me look up a little something about the timers. Hmm. Like I need to just do like a little lerpy blend thing. I don't necessarily want to just make a big thing going on tick that just is constantly subtracting if I don't have to. Let's say handle reload assist, and then we'll make another function custom event, and we'll say subtract and L reload. God damn, I can't spell. Reload assist. Subtract alpha. Fucking crazy ass long function name. And well, I suppose that this timer is then just going to activate at the end of it, but I need something that kind of functions like a temporary on tick. It's gotta be Now let's go and L reload assist alpha, and we'll say delta time and let's say so we need our current reload assist alpha minus that, and then frame delta time in seconds adjusted by time dilation. Delta time, yeah, that's fine, I think. Okay, and then branch, oh god damn it. Oh, is less than or equal to 0. Branch and L stop reload assist and stop timer okay. I don't know if that's gonna work, but let's find out, shall we? So the loader interface, I'm still gonna need a function assist load or load assist. Okay, so say grabbed And then we'll say load assist. See if we crash, why not? Okay. So let's first loaded chamber handler. Cylinder unloading and loading. So unloading. Let's go. We should just call what actually am I looking for? Oh, right. I'm not actually saving the grabber. That would make sense. And get grabber actually needs to return something. So on grabbed, let's set grabber. Okay. Oh yeah, that would be important. That I actually do something to the animator. Right. Now, what do I actually need to feed over there? Hmm. kind of annoying. Huh. Hmm. So weird to try and figure out how I can get this info over there. I don't necessarily want to implement this whole fucking schlop of shit for the loader interface onto the animation blueprint as well. So, but it doesn't really ever need to know what hand. Ugh. Man. Okay, fuck it. We are going to go implement this interface over here. That is fine with me. Made so much progress and we're going to throw it all away because I don't have the brain capacity to do more of this dumb shit. Loader, load assist, great, and reload assist. And we'll just go and L, start reload assist. And then we'll go to human and we'll go to mesh and we'll go to event load assist. Nope, event load assist, please. Load assist. Why? I don't want to add the event. Thank you. Message, Jesus Christ. Why is it so difficult sometimes? Okay. Okay, now let's say print unloading. Loading. Okay. Oh my god, please. Display name. God damn, bro. Can it just ever get the actual thing I fucking want? Like, why would it not be that? Okay. Oh, right. It's not the mesh that's implementing it. It's the animator instance. Anim instance. And then call it. Fucking so dumb. So dumb. Hmm. Fuck yeah. Oh man. Fuck yes, dude. God damn it, bro. All fucking day. What is that? 6 hours and 17 minutes? And we got procedural reload animation, assisting hand animation. Oh my god, let's fucking go, dude. We are looking like we might actually have a fucking game soon, huh? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Okay. Now, one of the last little bits of polish to this for now that we need to do is add a sort of get the actual position that that hand should like come up to hit, because right now it's kind of just overshooting every time. So how can we do that? What might be a good way to feed in whatever that value is in our arm assist? And none of that shit matters here. So what do we feed in? Let's say assist position, just be a vector, public, and then we should set control or set transform. of control, assist target to be can I just feed in that? Oh, why is that a fucking rotation? What the fuck? Set transform. Why? Why is that? That's literally not the fucking. Okay. Let's just make this a full-on transform. Set it here. Don't really give a shit about the rotation for now. So let's just do the translation. By default, the location here. Okay. Now, for load assist, we need to feed a transform. And then let's say assist world transform. Now, for this, let's just take the revolver, get location, socket location, and we'll pass it the handle. Oh, get socket transform. And we'll say handle. Okay. We'll pass that. Same info on load assist. And then we will go to our animator. Which gives us a load assist. And we can say transform load assist. Load assist world transform. Okay, that's probably just going to be better to rename that too. Then animator graph, state machine, load assist, and then our oh my god, I'm so close. I was fucking 3 variables away from being fucking able to test that. God damn it. All right, I'm gonna go pee while this restarts. Oh boy. Oh, it's probably because I have a pin connected to it, so it's just immediately crashing. Very fun. Okay. Reload assist. Oh, I'm not doing anything with that. Huh. Okay. Well, let's test that out. Oh, maybe I'm not getting the world position. Get socket. Oh. Okay. Arms assisting. Global space. Assist target. Is what I want. Oh, I guess I don't want to do a world space thing though anyways, because if the player's moving when he activates the assist. Well, I'm not so sure if that's the case actually, because all of these are loosely connected to the root. Then I just need to get it relative to the root of the character mesh here. Hmm. So when I get the load assist, I know exactly where it is in world space, which should be where I want to then convert it from world space to the rig space. So okay, let's try that. If I just set that to local space. Oh boy, that's funky. So the revolver just says, hey, my handle is where we want to get transform position from. And it passes it over to the person who says, okay, let's tell our animator instance that this is where we want to be grabbing at. And then the animator instance needs to go like that, invert it from world to local. And now that should work. Oh boy. Right, because it's not an updating value. So I kind of need to do like something like custom and convert world transform to relative hand transform. Something like that. And we need to plug in that transform. So I think the thing, maybe I'm fucking up here. Is once I have this transform in the animator, how do I convert this to rig space? Ugh. I don't know if that's going to work. Okay, let's, oops, not go here. Go to our human animation blueprint and we'll go make relative transform to our get socket. Maybe self, I don't know. Get transform. God damn it. What am I even needing here? How do I get my mesh? Okay, let's not do that here. Let's go here and here and here, and here. God, it's the end of the day for real. I've been doing this too long. So slow, so brain dead, but we're almost there, and I just gotta see it through. So here, I can make relative transform to transform get root, get bone, get sock. God damn it. Get sock. Fucking please. Alright, socket transform. Root. Make this relative to the root. Okay. I know that's not entirely great to have a world transform get passed into here that's now like a relative transform, but I just need to see if this works. Okay, so that's the handle, right? Now let's try something else here. If I wanted him to interact with a different piece of the gun. I just gotta remember what my fucking bone names are. And we'll just say muzzle socket. So now if I go to my animation blueprint and, or no, it's my control rig, and we, oh no, revolver, there we go. So if we go muzzle socket, does he reach for the barrel here? Oh, he definitely does. Okay, so handle is for removing, barrel adding. Fuck yeah. Fuck yes. Okay. So here now, I could actually add the sockets for, let's say, load assist socket, and then we'll go add socket. No, actually I don't really need another one, honestly. load assist socket. And then oh, nope, I want that to be relative to the root still. Whoopsies, I'll worry about that later. And then revolver though, I'm going to need to go load assist socket. Cylinder loading, cylinder unloading, load assist socket. Okay, definitely got some funky stuff still going on with the hand. Okay, so let's look at a human model skeleton. And we'll go hand R. Green. Blue. Red's back of hand. So this is pushing in, right? Cool. Let me also, because this is kind of bugging me, double that recovery speed out of that. Oh, I need to I'm fucking an idiot. I'm not using the whole transform. That would be a fucking smart idea, wouldn't it? Still streaming, I see. Damn, how you not tired? Bro, I am tired. I'm like making good progress, but also like doing some really dumb stuff while trying to do this math. But also, I just kind of finished what I was trying to get done today, which is now I have a decent little system for procedurally having the character reach for his weapon in different ways. Also his fucking hand, since I added the reload thing, is getting a little wonky. There's something strange going on there. I can't quite figure out what it is. Very weird. But he procedurally will try and reach for whatever he's holding when putting stuff back into the gun, which is very funny looking right now. It's super aggressive, but Looks amazing. Hey, thanks, bro. Yeah, it's a little aggressive in first person here, which is kind of funny looking. He's just fucking punching the shit out of his hand, which is definitely not what it needs to be doing, but there's also something a little bit funky going on with the way that he's reaching for it that I'm not quite 100% sure if he is reaching at like the correct angle that he should be. And there's also going to be a lot of stuff I have to fix once I'm inverting stuff, like rotating in different directions. There's also some timer stuff with the engine that seems very strange. It doesn't seem like it necessarily works correctly. Oh, I gotta have like a little fucking thing on the back of his hand. I cannot tell for the life of me which way his hands are facing when they like... What the fuck? Okay, well, let's... Why are you... God, why are you all mangly dangled right now, bro? Fucking... Oh, grabbing. Grabbing. Okay. God damn. What the fuck is he yoinky doinking his little fucking arm over here for? I can't even tell why. There. Just do that for now. That's a little bit nicer to look at. Looks like he fell off a cliff or some shit, bro. Just wait till I actually have cliffs for him to fall off of. Cool. The spawning in T-pose is a little funky, but that seems like it's honestly fixing some of the issues. Okay. What's the hand thing? What's the fucking... I need to quite badly figure out why his hand is doing this shit. Repose from mesh. And idle arm. Once you're done with the game, will you post it somewhere? I will. I'm trying to get as close to like a prototype that is playable, multiplayer and stuff, like as soon as I possibly can. I probably am going to post on like itch.io first, which I don't know if you can still see here. I'll relink that. It'll probably end up going up here on this page first. I just posted in chat. And then once that is live, oh, I know what it is, I think. It's the mirror control. I think it's the mirror control. This was the same thing I was having earlier, hand R, hand L. And then I need to reset that somewhere else, I think. Steam? All right. Yeah, I definitely want to get it on Steam at some point, but your boy has no money to be able to throw anything anywhere. God damn. Why? Oh, okay. I think his hand's getting a little funky here. It's my control targets. are getting set in a little bit of a weird way. I'll be back. I hope you're still streaming by then. Good luck, man. I don't know if I will be. I'm probably going to be wrapping this up in the next like 20-30 minutes here and then taking a little break. I gotta play some games or something. My brain is fried. Gotta go hang out with my girlfriend, but I'll definitely be around the rest of the weekend doing stuff. I'll catch you around, Cup Dude. See you, bro. Hey, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Have a good night, man. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and, let's do this. And we'll just select these. Set offset. Remove that. Then okay. Rest width and rest width, rest height. So that's setting my controls all relative to the pelvis, which we don't need the rotation to be relative to the pelvis. That's pretty strange. Then this is setting the elbows relative to the pelvis, which is just the positions. So let's make these guys as well. Let's go shape properties. Ear thick. And make these guys the diamonds. Okay. Well, I guess it's fine to mirror these initially here. Then when it comes to doing the IK, I've just got to make sure that my hand rotations are not super fucked. So let's do a little bit of this, a little cleanup here. This is way too long of a fucking single line chain here. Okay, now pitch. Default rest bow. Oh, I need like a default height. Why do I not have a default height? Okay. Those together. Oh yeah, that looks good. Oh my god, are these fucking weirdly like... Okay. So I need bow. I'm mirroring these controls. And then we're doing the IK stuff. Why are these there? What the fuck? Okay, so our forward solve, we make... Let's get rid of the mirroring in the IK. Now, first thing we're gonna do, add some amount of translation and then some amount of height. Now, what the fuck is that? Phone, forearm, hand R, R control, pole vector R. Now, no, that is correct. This is insane. Why? This is crazy. Why the fuck? What am I missing? This feels so dumb. Pelvis. We're adding nothing on the Z. Turning 25 to the width. And that's like forwards and backwards, so that is fine. Then pelvis, elbow resting. We set that in global space. And it has no bearing on if we, it's like our IK settings are just kind of borked. I'm so confused at what is not working about them though. Oh, does this need to be bone, hand R? What the fuck? Why were these controls? And why were they working if, whatever. It's working now. It's working now. It's fine. Great. Okay. And the Okay. Let's just do another one of these. So I don't have to look at this extra shit. Yeah, it's quite funny looking. Yikes. Woo! Okay, so I think the hands might be like inverted or something here. Okay. Okay. We're setting the hand our control. We're not doing anything with the rotation of it, so let's do that now. Set relative transform. I wonder if you can just do like relative to itself. Like if I do that and then I go from Euler and then I just go 90, negative 90. Why do those both? What the fuck? Okay, let's not do that. Let's say rotation. Oh my god. And R, set rotation. And let's do ZYX or whatever. So let's go 180. So it's palms out. Then we need to go 90. And then, oh, plus. This should be like 155. Okay. Now, why the fuck are we wobbling? Okay, the hands are definitely just fucking inverted backwards right now. So fucking annoying. I really gotta make these hands a lot more clear what fucking shape they are. I didn't think that. Actually, now that I think about it, I can probably. Oh, okay, so animation trees can only go one continuous path. They can't, like. Though I suppose I could go blend poses 1, which would be the branch filters, bicep L. Then this goes to output. So they're both being evaluated at the same time. Okay, so do your control, set rotation of, and L control 0. To Euler. Okay. Okay, so I need X and Y. And then my Z, I need to... Can I just negate? I don't think that works with a circle. It does not. Okay. We should do minus or add 180. Okay. Just gotta remember that on my fucking... God damn. So I think my little procedural animator for the arms loading assist I think what I need from this is oh, that's what it is. I need to put oh no, that doesn't work either. Fuck. I need to figure out some way to make that assist go in the position of, let's take a look at this. And I wish I knew how to get my fucking skeleton from here. I think there's probably like some animation blueprint thing that I could use to feed in that data and not this kind of convoluted quintuple item setup. But that's to worry about on a different day. For now, we've got a reload state, stable. Gonna have to do some polish to make sure that that actually looks down at the gun, or the gun keeps like a reasonable distance from the head. And then little assisty. Damn. Well, that seems like a good day's work, I think. Oh, yo, the hand is shrinking. That's very funny. Okay, that's like the assist transform scale getting put in a very funky way. So let's just go rotation translation. That should probably fix that. That's probably also what was making it look so weird. Oh, I wonder. Oh, that's right. I forgot I turned off the pawn hitbox on the little block here. That's kind of neato. All right, I gotta stop playing with this. It's time to be done. My brain's fried. That is a fucking really sick day's work. Super fucking cool. Feels like it's gonna be very functional. I gotta work on doing some grab replication stuff, I think, and like a couple other little things, but man, we're getting so close to having a fucking cool game. Oh shit. Alright, well, if anyone's still here watching, thanks for watching. I'm fucking out of here, dog. That is fucking like 7.5 hours straight. What a fucking banger ass, productive ass day. Well, hopefully I'll see you guys again soon when I've got some fucking new shit going on. Beautiful time.